Welcome into another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. How's everyone doing tonight? Happy Wednesday. Hopefully it's been a good, productive day. If y'all work a week through the week, at least it's hump day for many of y'all. I always look forward to this day because it seems like a little break in between everything. A time to kind of relax, chill out, hang out with y'all a bit, and have some laughs too. Or at least I hope to have some laughs with y'all. So how's everyone feeling tonight? Did y'all get a lot done today? Or was it an easy day? I know for me it was pretty restful. I ended up going through and I dreamed of my grandfather, which this month for my Japanese ancestry culture is the Obon celebration. It's a big festival. If many of y'all don't know what I'm talking about, if you've ever watched the movie The Karate Kid Part 2, where they're in Japan, right there at the end, they have a big dance festival in like a castle that, you know, had been in ruins, but looked like it had been falling apart for years. That's what a Bone Festival is. It's pretty much a celebration of the dead, and the story behind it is a monk went through and had lost his mother, and the mother he saw was being withheld by a hungry spirit. So he was looking for a way to release her. And so he prayed and asked Buddha for his help. And Buddha told him, instead of, pretty much trying to worry about his mom, he needed to look at how he can serve his community or how to serve others. So that was the theme behind the Abone Festival, where he went through and I think he had a big get together where there was a lot of food, and because of that he was able to release his mom from the hungry ghost. So the Abone celebration is a way of us welcoming in our passed over loved ones. In Buddhist culture, even though I'm not Buddhist, but my Asian side, part of my Asian side is, and so it's believed that for 3 days your loved ones can come down from heaven and visit you, which is why you'll see like all those Asian lanterns. The lanterns is supposed to be a pathway, a light to kind of guide them towards you, and it's also a way to free them when it's time to go back to heaven. So you have a big festival where they serve a lot of food. There's a lot of dancing. It's supposed to be a celebration of joy, just to remember them and honor them. So this month for me, that's pretty much what I was doing at the start. Even though I'm not in Japan, never been there, would love to see it one day. Being originally from California, they had all those festivals last month. But in Japan, it doesn't start until August. And depending on what part of Japan you are at, depends on when they celebrate it. So, and it's something having to do with, I think, the phase of the moon is when they decide it, depending on belief. But, so, it's probably one of the only traditions that I honor as being, part Japanese, and honoring, my ancestors, because I think that's something that's very important. Even though I don't need a celebration or a day to remember my loved ones who passed on, but I think it's just more of honoring my grandfather and his beliefs, because he was the one who was Buddhist. My grandmother was Baptist, but it's something that my family celebrates every year. And I've only been to a couple festivals. I haven't been to one probably since my mid-teens. But it just so happened that one summer I went home. I happened to be home during the month of July, which is when California has all their celebrations around the Buddhist temples in different cities. So I got to partake in it. And in California, they have it where they can even teach you the dance that a lot of people dance to, which is it's called a bone dory, and they use fans. There's another tool they use. Don't ask me, I don't know the name of it. So I got to partake in that one year, and I got to learn how to do the Japanese dance. But if I were to do that today, don't look at me, beautiful people. I wouldn't have a clue. It was so long ago that I did it, but I put out blessings for my grandfather and my passed over loved ones, because it's believed in Buddhist religion, it's believed that you're supposed to put up offerings. So their favorite food, even money, and it's supposed to help them on the other side as they pass into the next life. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, honey? I'm good. Thank you for asking. I hope you're well too, honey. So, I thought tonight, once I go over the collective reading, because I did find a couple of Hawaiian decks, which I'm also part Hawaiian, aka Polynesian, that I would use some of these decks to read from, and do mini theme readings for y'all tonight. And maybe in another week or two, I'll pull out my mediumship deck, if any of y'all would be interested. You know, not tonight, but maybe the second or maybe the last week, last Wednesday of the month, I'll pull that deck out to see if y'all want some messages from your past or loved ones. So it's always a good deck I like using. You like that story, Sunnyland? Yeah, it's the only part of my Japanese culture that I know, sadly. I wish I knew a lot more. You know, I never learned the language because the only people in my family who spoke Japanese were my grandparents, and because I didn't live there up until my teen years, since I moved from California when I was 10, and I moved away with my mother, who, in case y'all don't know, she's Caucasian, so I didn't have anyone in my household to teach me the language. I know there was a couple times then when I would go home and visit, my grandparents would say, you know, good morning to me or something else in Japanese to help me try and pick it up, but I wasn't going to pick it up. And I knew that I would have to live there to be able to learn the language, and I would only learn it from them unless, you know, they sent me to a tutor or something to learn it, which I would have been more than open to learning, but I didn't. And so the only thing I can even write in Japanese is my last name. And the only reason why that is because a friend of the family showed me how to write it. But to try and write it today, it probably wouldn't look as good as it did back then when I first learned how to write it. Because I haven't written it, but maybe once just to show somebody one time. Yes, they are very disciplined. And, you know, and I always think of my grandfather because he was such a happy-go-lucky person. And he was the jokester. Like, my grandmother was the one that ran the house, you know, and she ran it with an iron fist, you can say. My grandfather was the child in the house. He liked having fun, so I got a lot of good memories with him. And it just so happened that the last time I was home for the Obon Festival, that's when my grandfather passed away. In fact, we had just gone to the Obon Festival, and because a lot of Asian food has a lot of salt in it, and he had heart disease, he ended up having a heart attack a couple days later. So I was thankful I was there, you know, and I got to have that time with him. And so that was my first and only experience attending a Buddhist funeral too, which was beautiful. And my friend, which was the friend of my grandparents, they had told me that in a Japanese Buddhist funeral, they speak Chinese there. Don't ask me why. I didn't ask. I don't think I was even interested in knowing. And then for, like, you know, if you're Chinese and you're Buddhist, they speak Japanese at the service. I don't know why that is, but that's what I got told. How true it is, I don't know. Because like I said, when I was there, the person that was performing the ceremony for the funeral was speaking in another language, yes, but I wasn't going to understand it no matter what language they spoke if it wasn't English. But he did say some things in, English for us who only know English could understand. Oh, it's okay, honey. You know, yeah, I mean, I was devastated, but, my grandfather's in a better place. So I was just thankful I got to be there because he was the only grandparent I got to be with or go to their funeral once I moved here. So my grandmother, I didn't get to be there. But yeah, so at least he got to live, I would think, a pretty long life. I think he died, he was 80, 81, something like that. So knowing him and my grandmother, I've seen a lot too because they were there during World War II with all the things that had happened. But yeah, that's part of my family history, my ancestry, which my maiden name means warrior spirit or spirit of a warrior. So I always find that to be fitting, especially for my grandfather, because I feel like he really honored that name and the meaning behind it. So yeah, so tonight, after I do the collective, I have a Hawaiian deck and an ocean deck that I think just kind of goes together. Yeah, he lived a long life. Well, he was born in like 1910, I think it was. So my dad was a lot older than my mama when they got married, so there was 15-year difference. So my dad was actually born in World War II in the concentration camp here in the U.S. So he was born in 44. But yeah, my grandfather was born, I think, in 1910. And my grandmother, there was an age difference between my grandparents, but I think it was like 11 years. But at least I got to see them live a full life. It was just sad because even though they were older, they were very active. They weren't frail at all. And I remember watching my grandmother clean my family's house, which it's big. It's 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. And I would always want to go in there and help her, but she would always tell me no. But hey, she got my grandfather in there to help her. He helped her clean. He helped her cook. So that was beautiful to see when I got to be there. To watch my grandparents' marriage and how much they loved each other. So they were married for over 50 years. Which is unheard of today. Of course, those kinds of questions come up. It's like, this isn't a dating site, dude. I don't know why everybody thinks it would be. Alright, 10:15. So what else is going on with y'all tonight? That's right, Sunnyland, you tell him. He wouldn't be able to handle me no ways, honey. Even if I gave him instructions, he wouldn't know what to do. But yes, you must be like in your 20s. Talking about drinking. Yep, you must be in your 20s. Guess what? I'm twice your age. If you are in your 20s, early 20s. Okay, BS, you're gone. See you, bye. I don't need the nonsense here. I don't have time for it. I'm not your mommy. Oh, no, you ain't. You wouldn't be ready for the challenge of me. You wouldn't know what to do with me. Just by the way you act and the way you're talking to me, you're very immature. I don't need a man-child. I'm just going to leave it like that. Cool for the nonsense. He has 24 hours. Think about it now. I would come back tomorrow and have something else smarty to say. Talk about some nonsense. I'm not worried about it. I would just kick him out personally, but that's me. Some people got a big ego and like to talk big. Until it's time to put up, they can't put up. So it's like you either put up or shut up. And they normally run away scared. Alright, beautiful people. Let me get into a few oracle messages real quick from Spirit. And then I'll go over the tarot spread I pulled for y'all. So beautiful people, if you're new to my channel, welcome. My name's Amanda. And I do a general collective reading at the beginning of every stream. As of right now, that may change here in the near future to where I start pre-recording these, but for right now I'm doing them at the beginning of every stream. So take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. Something doesn't fit, don't force it to fit. And if you're curious about what zodiac signs, it doesn't matter your zodiac sign. This covers all 12 signs. Okay? Alright, Spirit. What messages do you have for the collective tonight? What do they need to hear? Y'all keep going back and forth in yourself like a teeter-totter, which is interesting. I mentioned that the other night, and I see y'all going back and forth. Why? Because y'all seem to be at conflict with either yourself or with someone else. But for many of y'all, I feel like this is yourself. This is like an internal conflict. Like unable to make a decision, unable to decide. Even for some of y'all, this is kind of like feeling the energy of like, kind of like being left out. It's like you want to invest more in your connections with people you have in your circle, but I feel like for some of y'all it's too draining at times. And so it's becoming hard how to put up those boundaries to say, okay, well, you know, you can be there for someone, allow them to vent to you, but if it ends up taking more out of you and you don't feel good once you're off that phone with them or once you walk away, then it's time to pull your energy back. And I feel like Spirit's trying to say to y'all, that's y'all's self-care. Don't forget about you in the end. And don't fight it. You know, sometimes, you know, we think we know what's best for us, but we can't always see what's coming ahead of us. So that's when Spirit kind of slows us down. Some of y'all might be traveling here in the near future. I have traveled down here. And this doesn't have to be far, beautiful people. This can be going somewhere far away to another state, if you live in the U.S., another country. Or this just can be like a road trip, driving, you know, maybe a couple hours out of the way to go visit some family, friends. I feel like some of y'all, I just heard someone's going to be attending a birthday party here soon. So this might be you traveling long distance to go to a birthday party to someone that's close with you. But for some of y'all, this feels like a personal holiday, like not really trying to, do much. You don't want to stay home, um, and have a staycation, as some people call it. There's just this need to get away from the city. So I feel like some of y'all are getting ready to do that, or there's plans, or you're making plans right now to travel. For someone, it's a business trip. Spirit wants to remind you you're deserving. You're deserving of your happiness. You're deserving of your abundance. You're deserving of all the good things in this life we all want, that we all desire. So don't ever allow anyone to tell you you're not deserving or you're not worthy, because you are, you know. And I know sometimes it's hard to remind ourselves of that. Take a deep breath, especially when we allow others to kind of like tell us how we should be feeling, what we should be thinking. Instead, we need to have that conversation with ourselves, especially when people are being negative and telling you you're not capable, you're not deserving, or no, you're not going to make it, blah, blah, blah. Cut them out, beautiful people. Don't allow them to get in your head. What else, Spirit? Spirit just said, even something that may seem like a big loss isn't a loss. So some of y'all may have had a major event happen recently. I'm picking up. This could have been, a person, place, or thing. So maybe just, broken up with, your partner, or this can be a friendship that ended. This could even be, you know, losing, a home, which I pray that hasn't happened to any of y'all, but, that's possible. Or this is like a car, but this can be something small, something that may not have great value, monetary value, but it has great sentimental value. And I feel like if there's something you have lost that has sentimental value, I feel like you will find it. But the other things that have come to you that you have lost, I feel like you're finding yourself, overthinking things, sad, depressed, beautiful people. It won't last forever. Sometimes this loss is actually a win in the long run. It's just a matter of your perspective of how you go forward with it. Because sometimes spirit has to come in and shake our world up and take, the people out of our life who aren't meant to be there anymore. Even remove us from our location, because where we're living at, maybe it's filled with, a lot of negativity. Maybe it's, in a bad area where, crime's high, or maybe it's not sustainable financially. So, and there's another place you can go instead where you can rebuild again. But many y'all, this is y'all's loss, like losing yourself, doubting yourself, finding yourself being stuck, feeling like you can't get to the top, or you'll never reach the top, feeling out of place. This is part of your transformation, is what Spirit's saying. Even if you're experiencing some of this fragmented energy, like you feel like you're kind of like just all over the place, like um, scatterbrain is another word I want to use. Just take a step back and breathe. Really just focus on yourself. Why are you feeling so scattered? It's because you got so many decisions to make that you're afraid to make those decisions, or you're putting things off. Like, how can you remove yourself from having that scattered energy so you can be more focused? And sometimes this is part of your spiritual transformation. Is I know some of y'all are experiencing this too. And I feel like right now it's kind of gradually increased. And it feels like it's a lot more than what it is right now, because some of y'all are very fragmented. I am picking that up. Like, I'm getting whiffs of emotions right now. Like, one minute I feel like, okay, I'm happy, I'm excited, this is gonna be a good day. To the next minute, I'm feeling like I'm sad. No, what am I doing lying to myself? I'm not gonna be able to, make this happen. Or no, this is too much for me to take on. I can't do this. So I get, the up and down, the back and forth, the teeter totter, being in conflict with yourself with all this energy moving around you and through you. It feels like a whirlwind. I'm even being shown like a tornado. You feel like you're stuck inside this tornado. Things keep spinning around you. Nothing's staying still. Nothing's holding in place. And you're not able to catch your breath, to reground yourself, which Spirit wants you to work on grounding your energy more so you don't feel so out of place. What's the other word I want to use? Oh, I can't think of it. This is part of your discovery too. You're taking steps forward to finding your higher self. What are you meant to do here? You know, are you meant to continue the path you're on right now, or is it time to pivot? Is it time to look elsewhere? You know, I feel like some of y'all have taken this time to go into your own solitude, isolating yourself. For some of y'all have experienced recently either a loss. This could even, you know, this is a relationship, like I said, this can be something material. Um, or this can be just you at lost, like a lost soul. Um, and you're kind of like, just kind of like escaping by, you know, even though some days it feels like it's hard just to get out of bed, but you know, you have obligations, so you force yourself to get out, which beautiful people, I know that takes great strength. For some of y'all who are dealing with, you know, maybe bouts of depression and anxiety. But Spirit wants you to know you're strong. Because you see, I have this strength card right here. The strength within. And it says, standing strong in your truth while protecting your heart. So stand strong. You know, be like this lion. Roar. You know, I try and tell y'all, you know, it's okay to feel whatever you feel. You know, and it's okay to not be okay sometimes. Some people may not understand that. They may see that as a weakness, but I see that as strength. Because you're able to identify those times in our lives that we all go through when, no, it's not the greatest of circumstances, situations. Things are not always going, you know, perfectly as we had wanted or anticipated it to. So, yeah, it can get us down. But, you know, being able to acknowledge that and acknowledge those emotions and face them and deal with them face forward, that takes a lot of strength and courage that a lot of people won't ever admit to themselves. So keep going, taking steps. You got to release something, let it go. Spirit saying it's okay to let go. Be able to let go and move on and have some fun. You know, make sure you're bringing that happiness and that joy in your life. Don't be afraid to act like a little kid, you know, that inner child we always talk about. Let him or her come out. Let her see the sunlight. Let him see the sunlight. You know, go be silly. Do something that maybe you wouldn't do in your younger years, but now it's like, you know, well, I'm old enough to know better, but, you know, I don't care. I'm still going to, you know, do what I want to do and dance to the beat of my own drum. That kind of energy. You know, be free. Some of y'all are in this having to forgive yourself too for something. I feel like there's a trust, like there was a ending of, I'm feeling like this is more of a friendship, but this can be romantic. So I feel like someone got betrayed, let down, stabbed in the back type energy. Spirit saying that that was meant to happen, not that they wanted you to get hurt, but it was for your greatest good, in order again to shake up your world, so you can't see your greatest potential and grow from it. There's lessons that were needed to be learned by you, but also by the person or group of people it involves. Spirit saying you will rise from the ashes again. Alright, Spirit, what else? Pull from this deck real quick. You know, some things are worth fixing, other things are worth just letting go. The most important message I'm getting is Spirit saying, just don't forget, don't give up on you. Spirit wants you to have a little bit of faith. It goes a long way. And remember that. Just have a little bit of faith. You don't need a lot. You just need a hair of it, a pinch of it, for new doors to open, for new possibilities to come and enter into your life. This is one of those times, that I feel, after we go through some type of loss or, we lose someone close to us, whether that's just because, you know, we're going our different ways, or maybe even this is like a death, someone passed away. Um, I feel like that's kind of like, helping us to reflect on ourselves, to go within, to really take it inventory on where we're at and who we are. How much have we grown? How much have we changed? From 6 months ago, a year ago, do we recognize those changes within ourselves? And are those changes good? Is it something, you're proud that you had those, heartbreaking experiences to kind of open that door for you to grow? Have you been able to use that pain to your advantage? Like alchemize it. All it takes is a little bit of faith and a little bit of trust. It's all you need. Know that your life is special. So treat it with the utmost loving care, just as you would treat others. Most importantly, yourself. And Spirit wants to remind you, even when you're happy, and maybe other people in your circle, maybe they're not as happy, maybe they might be going through something. Spirit wants you to know it's still okay to be happy. It's okay to want your own happiness, and to not feel guilty about it. You know, I wouldn't, want anyone to feel like they can't be happy or they don't deserve to be happy. Spirit saying it's worth living for your own happiness. And, yeah, if it hurts other people along the way, it's not saying you're meant, you're being intentional, you're being cruel, but you're doing what you feel is right for you. And I don't see anything wrong with that. So just remember, beautiful people, choose your happiness. It's okay. What else, Spirit? I'm just going to pull a couple more beautiful people. And then I'm going to get in this tarot spread. Show me, Spirit. Spirit wants to remind you, you're too amazing to follow everyone else. Forge your own path. And you are amazing. Each and every one of you, in your own unique way. You possess, a uniqueness that only you have, that nobody else in this world has. And that's something that needs to be treasured and it needs to be shared, amongst the people in your close circle. But even if you feel like being courageous and brave, being out in the spotlight, share it with the world, share it with strangers. Allow people to see that uniqueness within you. It might brighten their day. You never know. For whatever reason, it's like Spirit showing me you're going to be there at the right place at the right time where it's going to be life changing in a huge way. They're saying in a significant way. And, when you think that all hope is gone, you're going to be re-energized with all new hope, new beginnings, new outcomes, a new start. Last one, Spirit. Live your life with both feet in. Commit fully to being here. So be here, beautiful people. Be here in the present, in this life, in this moment. You know, I'm not saying forget about, things that, need your attention, obligations, please don't, push those to the side. They need, to be attended to. But aside from that, it's okay to push everything else out and just enjoy the moment, to not think about, all the bad stuff. Try and be in the moment and think of all the happiness, gratitude, being thankful for even just waking up today to see the, dawn of a new day. And as you continue walking forward, I feel like you're going to start to see more of your high vibration come out. I feel like many of y'all, it's been chaotic. Is a lot of this energy going on in the environment, um, where you're still feeling like you're juggling. Some of you feel like you're juggling, and you're not able to keep your feet flat on the ground, too balanced to be here in the moment. But Spirit wants you to enjoy the moment now. Think of the good things and try, put the bad things to the side. Aside from the ones that need your attention, like I said, we all have to get up, go to work, eat, feed ourselves, also, take care of bills and such. But, everything else, even people, it's okay to shut the world out for a day or two and just be alone with you. That's where you're going to find a stronger connection to spirit when you're not distracted. Because Spirit's saying it's time to take responsibility for your choices. This is your life. Live it well. This is what I get. All right. Putting this up now. High 420. I got all of Toby's hair on me. Hi, everybody who came in. Welcome, beautiful people. All right. So this is a general collective reading again, beautiful people. It's not a personal reading. Take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. If something doesn't fit, please don't force it to fit. Because there's just some things, beautiful people, y'all don't want to manifest. Use your discernment. Trust your intuition. It's critical right now. That's what Spirit just said. So, I do personal paid readings. Tonight is my mini Oracle theme night. But if you want a more in-depth reading, I can do that any other night but Wednesday nights. So here's my board with all my prices and info if you're interested. All right, beautiful people. So this is what I got from Spirit today. Many are in this heartbreak energy, or you're just coming out of this heartbreak energy. This is like recent past. So some of y'all, it's been in the recent past. Others, it might be starting right now. Where again, I feel like someone either lost something, someone. I feel like this could be a relationship romantically, but I feel like this is also like a friendship. Um, where there's just a lot of hurt, heartache, disappointment. You feel like you gave your all to this relationship. For someone, this is a job even. So maybe you just recently lost your job and you feel like it didn't pay off in the long run for you. You didn't see the efforts. If you're talking especially in your professional life, like were dedicated to this job and did everything and went above and beyond, whatever your manager asked you to do. Like, I see someone's manager coming in saying, to you, well, I know this isn't part of your job description, but if you can handle these few, things for me, I'll put you up for a promotion when there's an opening, because there should be an opening coming up in the next, few weeks or few months. And then you do that, and then a few months go by and that new position's available, and then you see your manager didn't put you up for the position. They put someone else in that position instead. So that it's that type of energy I'm picking up. You know, you feel betrayed, disappointed, hurt, and now you're saying, what was all that extra work for? If it wasn't gonna bring me that fulfillment, that professional abundance that I'm looking for. So whether this is a job or this is any type of relationship, this can be you with yourself. You're not gonna be here forever. This heartbreak, even though you feel like you got let down, people stabbed you in the back, people weren't as loyal to you as you were to them. It's going to pass, beautiful people. Spirit wants you to take a break right now. And that's what they're showing me, which some of y'all feel like are doing that. Because I have you on this Four of Swords energy. And this is all about relaxing, taking a step back from the world, from everyone else. And, doing some self reflection, doing, contemplating your next moves while you're also grieving, going through the heartache, going through the hurt, the disappointment, trying to, decide, you know, was it really worth it? And would you want to put yourself through that again if you were to either start a new job at a different company or if you were to, you know, get close to someone, whether this is romantically or this is a friendship? Was it worth it? And what have you learned from it? How have you grown? How has it changed you? I feel like many of y'all are being practical in your actions. Like I pick up many of y'all in this King of Wands energy. You're still being motivated, still finding that determination to keep going forward while you're going through this grief, this low period, but also finding times in between to allow yourself to cry. If you need to cry, allow yourself to scream, scream. It's okay to feel whatever you feel, beautiful people. And don't ever allow anyone to tell you how to feel. You know, someone's hurt you. I get it. I've been there. I understand completely. And yeah, it's painful. It's painful to give your all to someone, only for them to turn their back on you, let you down, stab you in the back, betray you. I get it. But now it's a time for you. Okay? Spirit wants you to focus on you. Put all that energy, that time that you invested in, that job or that relationship, whatever kind of relationship it was, it doesn't matter. Whatever energy, extra time you gave, now turn it and invest it in yourself and allow it to push you forward. Alchemize this energy. Because Spirit showing me this is like a growing pain. This is a lesson. For some of y'all, this is like karma coming around. So, not saying you deserve that heartbreak. That's not what I'm saying. But there was something else in it you were supposed to learn. So now it's time to use it. Because there's opportunity for growth. Opportunity to grow more. To be more than who you were yesterday. Be that bigger person today that you've been dreaming about. That you see other people being in awe of you, to see how you're glowing up, because some of y'all feel like are going through a glow up too with all this extra energy, movement, momentum with this Eight of Wands here. I feel like it's gonna drive you forward faster. I feel fast moving energy going back and forth. The Spirit saying, don't do that teeter totter. Keep looking ahead. Leave the past in the past, but do some inner work, do some self love, self care, meditate, do something that, makes you happy, makes you excited, makes you want to get up in the morning and see a new day. Be worth, going out there and exploring and not being afraid, but use this time, this energy, invest it wisely. But the biggest investment you want to make is the investment in yourself. So what are these lessons? What can I take from this recent loss that may feel like a loss and not a win? Doesn't necessarily mean it's a loss, beautiful people. Because maybe there was something in yourself you needed to change that maybe others have warned you about, or brought to your attention, but you didn't want to hear it. Well, now this has come about and it's kind of like shaking your world up a little bit. And for some of y'all, it's a lot for you to have to really force your hand, force you to change. to know that you're capable of that great change. So, what are those changes? How do you see yourself, growing more and changing into the person you want to be, not just for today or tomorrow, but next year, even 10 years, and keep moving along that path. For some of y'all, this is even part of your spiritual awakening, where spirit would needed to remove you from a certain place. I feel like you were getting stuck in a certain area, so this feels like a home, like a city, um, where I feel like even you might have felt trapped. Spirit saying this also needed to happen to release you from that, to release you from those chains. So Spirit wants you to now take this opportunity to look ahead, not look back. Go the extra mile. Do whatever it takes. It's like I've told y'all in the past. Some of y'all may know what I'm talking about. For those who are new here, there's a song that always energizes me when I'm going through it, when I'm questioning myself. Am I doing the right thing for me? Blah blah blah. And it always wakes me up and helps me to refocus and alchemize my pain, my grief, my sorrow, even when I've lost, in order to push me ahead. And so I'll blare it. Sometimes I'll play it for an hour. But it does get me going. And that song is by a group, a band. It's called Imagine Dragons, and it's called Whatever It Takes. And so I feel like that's what Spirit wants to say to y'all. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to get wherever you want to go. Do whatever it is you want to do. You know, it's not going to always be easy. That road is not going to always be, stable. It's going to be some rocky spots, but still drive through it and trust yourself, because that's what Spirit's saying right here. There's a matter of trusting yourself coming out of this, this abundance, you coming into this as the King of Pentacles, very abundant, very successful, stable, level headed, mature, wiser, maybe even have some wrinkles, Don't look at it as you're getting older and like you look like crap. Take those wrinkles, those scars, take them as, um, battle scars that you made it, and be proud. Be proud of who you are. And Spirit wants you to have that extra passion that's needed, to relight your fire, to remember who you are. Take that leadership role. Be the leader of your own life instead of allowing others to dictate it, and do it with the greatest passion. And I feel like if you do that, you're going to attract someone who is going to be on the same page as you with this Queen of Wands. I feel this passion being ignited, and I feel this Queen of Wands. And don't pay attention to the gender, beautiful people. But Spirit's showing me, you know, allow this person to help, I heard, educate you. So this could be like someone that you would see as a role model, possibly a teacher, manager, someone that, you trust, that you admire, you respect. And use them as that inner energy that you might need, that extra nudge. You see them, be successful where they're at. Now, can you picture them there? Can you picture yourself in their shoes? And I feel like for someone, this person is going to be like even possibly someone that's going to become a good friend of yours, or it's someone you're going to look at possibly dating if you're single. And so I feel like that passion is going to leave, not, it's going to trickle outside of the office, out of the workplace. And I feel like you're going to grow close with this person. You're going to have a strong foundation, something that's going to be stronger than anything you thought you could build. Now that, you've gone through this heartache, let go of those losses, allow yourself to heal. This is where Spirit's going to bring those new people in. They're the right people that are supposed to be there. And that's why Spirit had to have you go through this loss, to make room for the new. So they're asking you, make room, welcome it in. Don't close yourself off completely to the hope of wanting a better future, wanting more. wanting a partner, even if that's something you're wanting, if you're single, or wanting just a good, solid group of friends that you can turn to and lean on. You got to be open to receiving it first and believe you deserve it. And if you can do that and keep your head up, even though there might be talks when you go through this glow up, or when you level up, when you see yourself on a higher platform than your friends or family. Like, I feel like some are going to see you climb this ladder and they're going to be envious of you. There's going to be talk. Okay, be prepared. People might talk about you. This is a page, that all they do is think and talk. And it's like, you're taking up room rent free in their head. Okay, so this is like an envious energy, lack of maturity, lack of, experience. And, because they're young right now, they don't, have as much substance to them as you do. So I see them, doing some of this. Okay, but Spirit's saying don't pay any attention. Live your life, live it well, and don't allow any unnecessary drama take away the heart of who you are. Like this Queen of Pentacles is what you're coming in as, where you're abundant, where you're strong, you're confident, you're free. You have all the things you could want, and you're, either you're in the position of building it right now or you already have it and you're just gaining more. And I feel like you're getting more attention. And because you're getting more attention, it's going to trigger others. It's going to irritate their demons because, like I said, they see you passing them up and they're not going to like it, but who cares? So be prepared that some people are going to do some of this. Let them. As you alchemize this healing, is going to bring about a lot more changes. And I feel like you're going to be using a lot more of your gifts and talents to see yourself free and to be ahead of the game, ahead of the charge. Look yourself like a leader, think like a leader, act like a leader. You think of something, you have this idea, Spirit saying, don't just think on it, act on it, write it down, you know, look over it again. Is it possible? Is it practical? Is it logical? That's the kind of energy I see many of y'all in. You're working through the processes. Some of y'all are patenting, inventions. Y'all have y'all's own little side hustle business that you're wanting to expand. Make a list. Where do you see yourself? 3 months, 6 months, a year? What's the process? Or if you don't know the exact process, get help. Get an expert involved who can help guide you, and they're going to see your talent, your gifts, all this creativity and this momentum, and it's just going to take off. So, like I said, beautiful people, even if you've lost something back here in this heartache, okay, this heartache isn't going to last forever, because at the end of it, you're going to be on fire, and I mean that in a good way. People aren't going to be able to keep up with you. And it's not about, comparing yourself, but I'm saying, which means you're going to have to leave some people behind. It's like it's either people step up and stay with you on the same momentum, on the same type of energy, or they need to get off the train. But they can't have both. So that might be something you got to think about too. It's not saying that they're bad people or you're a bad person. It's just saying that they're not ready to be in the shoes you're in, where you're going towards. So yeah, there might be some of this. Cut the BS. Let it go. It's not worth wasting your energy, But alchemize this pain, this grief, this sorrow, this disappointment to the positive. Use it to help you thrive. Because it's a big glow up time. This transformation, uh, I see so many different things. I even see people trying to reach you, where I feel like sometimes people are going to try and reach you, not because they care about what's going on in your life, not because they want to see how well you're doing. I feel like they want to stay in the know. because they're going to still want access to you, especially if you cut them off and say, well, I'm sorry, I'm going this way. Do you want to join me, or are you going to get off the train? But you're not going to hold me back. You're not going to keep me back here when I'm trying to get over here. So you make up your mind, but they're still going to want access to you. So you decide for yourself, are those relationships worth keeping? To where it feels like, for me, for some of y'all, this person or group of people who will be over here watching you glow up, who's going to keep talking, where I feel like they're going to want the access to you only because they see you so abundant, and you're going to be the one that they're going to call on when they need help. Is that the kind of, relationship you want? They only reach out when they need something, not just to talk. How are you doing? How are you holding up? But because they need something from you. Decide who your true friends are, beautiful people. Okay? Not everyone you meet is meant to be your friend. All right, now for the oracle cards. And because it's Rebel Night, I did pull out a Rebel card for y'all. And an Effet card too. Okay. From the Guides of the Hidden Realms. All the time in the world. Natural time is a fluid state of being, capable of expanding and contracting according to the person who experiences it. Our earliest ancestors knew time through the cycles they observed in the natural world and tracked their life by the cosmos. That said, through our rich human imagination, we discovered many variations of describing the years, days, and minutes, and built systems around them. But if you allow the modern calendar and ticking clock to dictate your experience, you'll impose unnecessary restrictions on yourself, maybe rush things along and miss important steps. Time is not running out for you. Your heart knows this truth, but your ego demands that everything happen right now. You have all the space in the world to complete things, achieve things, and experience the success of your intention. Timelessness is actually the truest nature of time. Your only task now is to surrender the clock and be fully present to what you're doing. There is more to be done, so be right here, right now. Time is on your side, and all is more than well. So, beautiful people, stop battling this clock. That clock, that time, that's a human invention. Okay? And I'm not saying that, waste time, away either. Make the most of your time. Time management is important here. But do not put added pressure there on yourself and add a timeline to something and then say, oh, if I don't make it, I'm a failure. Don't do that. Don't allow that to be, it, ends all, be, is all. I didn't say that right, but y'all get what I'm saying. Um, Allow that time to be the present, be right now, not tomorrow, not next week, next month, but right now. What do you feel? When you take a step back and you think of the things you've accomplished. For one thing, beautiful people, give yourself a round of applause. Look how far you've come. And yes, there's a lot farther we can all go, all of us, because none of us are perfect. We're all on this path at a different time length where we're meant to reach certain goals quicker than others. Others, we're meant to go through it. Yeah, and it sucks. I get that. But we come out stronger in the end. But do not think just because you don't meet a timeline that you may have set up in your mind that you're a failure. You're not. Okay, you're meant to go somewhere else or go through something a little bit longer or help someone else along the way. So don't allow that time clock to beat you down. Forgive yourself. Be more compassionate with yourself. And then I have, where'd it go? Let's see. Oh. Like I said, beautiful people, I pulled out my new A couple of my new Oracle decks. One of them's a Hawaiian deck. So, to honor my ancestral heritage for my grandfather. So this is from the Whispers of Aloha. And this card is on the lookout. Be alert to the happenings around you. And it says, you may like to be more conscious of your thoughts, emotions, yourself, and the world around you. Developing mental awareness takes effort and time. To be more observant of your thoughts and surroundings, begin by paying attention to your breathing. Remind yourself to take deep belly breaths throughout the day. You may rush through life, wanting to accomplish as much as possible. As soon as you finish one chore or activity, you hurry to the next. All of this rushing diminishes your awareness of your environment. This pace may also contribute to your feelings of anxiety and stress. Pause. Take a breath. Note what is happening around you. Taking moments for awareness will help you slow your day and help improve your understanding of the world you move through. Being preoccupied may cause you to miss details or misunderstand what is said to you. You may not respond appropriately. Slow down, make eye contact, and listen when someone talks to you. Focusing on their energy and demeanor of the person you are speaking with will help you learn more about them and the situation. So, beautiful people, be alert. Like I said, and this goes so well with this card because we're all talking about time, rushing, you know, having to meet this deadline. Oh, well, I got this set up for 6 months from now, and I'll be damned if I miss it. I'm going to be there 6 months from now. And then we're rushing to get there. We're in a hurry to like live our life and let it, be over and done with. Don't be in a hurry. Why? Because there's other things that you're meant to see, observe, understand, appreciate. And, with all that rushing, do you ever give spirit an opportunity to have a conversation with you? When you're alone, by yourself, late at night, maybe first thing in the morning, that's the time that spirit's going to talk to you the most. So if you're going throughout your day and things aren't going right and you're just looking for a little bit of hope from the universe to say, I haven't abandoned you. I'm still here. I'm helping you. We're right beside you. That's because we're too busy focused on our daily in, day out tasks and chores and responsibilities, which that's what being an adult's all about. The spirit saying, don't always rush. Give yourself that time to breathe. Take it all in. What do those thoughts come to mind? What are your thoughts? Sometimes those thoughts aren't actually your thoughts, but you may not recognize that. Why? Because that is your own spirit guides, your loved ones, giving you that message. Especially things that just come out of the blue, that don't make sense. And you tend to realize, like, where did that message come from? That doesn't sound like anything I would say, but it reminds you of a particular loved one who passed on. It's messages like that. And those are the times you're going to get them. So be in the here and now. Be alert to your surroundings. Get to know your environment. And being in your own environment and making it, the happiest you can make it. Spread that light all around you, that love. That's going to bring in more hope, especially when you can walk into a building like your own home, which should be your sanctuary, and feel at peace, be at ease. That's what Spirit wants you to remember. Always be open to it. Don't be closed off. And don't run from it either. Because beautiful people, I know for some of y'all, it's hard to open yourself up to even new experiences or try new things. But that's the only way we're going to grow. It's the only way we're going to see our higher selves, our greater selves. And yeah, right now, it might be tricky. You got to take some time for you. I get that, which that's the other card I pulled from my other deck. I'll be pulling messages from tonight. solitude, find your beach. So just like this card right here, you know, be in reflection. You know, it should actually look, and I didn't pull it out. I'll find it in a minute. Um, but a good image of this card to me is one I have from one of my angel decks, where you see a young boy laying on a picnic blanket in like what looks like a park, and just kind of like spaced out in his own little world. You know, being in his own environment, in his own space, enjoying his own company. That's kind of like what this card is for me. And that's where this solitude comes from, to be in that self-reflection, contemplation. Think things through, okay? But don't harp on them either, because too much of this solitude can also be very unhealthy. So find that balance. The Spirit's encouraging you. If you need a timeout, you need to take time for yourself, give it to yourself. Don't feel guilty. People around you who love you and care about you will understand. It's for your highest benefit, for you to come back better and be better. Not just for them, but for yourself, which is the most important. And now for a couple messages from my other decks that I always find funny. This is my F-It deck, and this is the romance version I pulled this from. It says, forgive your dumb butt behavior and move on or move out. So forgive yourself for, you know, your silly behavior. I'll say that. I don't like calling it dumb. But forgive yourself. Let it go. It's over with. Now move on. Proceed forward. All roads open. Keep traveling down them. And then from the Rebel deck, this is, it says, stop effing whining. No one wants to listen to that crap. Complaining makes you weak. You have the strength to change your world, so do it. And this is right too. Strength within, change your world. What is it that you want to change? That's what going into contemplation is all about. Self-reflection. What can you do to make it better? To make it more fulfilling for you? Something you can live with. That makes you be able to rest easy at night. So you don't feel like, you know, you're just stuck. Or you're not going to ever get over something. You're not going to make it. You're not going to get through it. Spirit's saying you're wrong. You got more strength here than you realize. Tame the lion. Or as someone would say, I just heard slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. Have it whichever way you want it, beautiful people. It's your life. And don't forget that. And then for the angel card, I have sky beings. See from a higher perspective. You are being guided to take a higher perspective. Do not allow yourself to be limited by what you do not see or understand. Do not allow your current experience to disrupt you from being the force of light you were born to be. Be open to seeing things differently and with consideration. For by being willing to shift your perspective, you allow angels to bring divine order to your life. And the positive affirmation you can say to yourself is, thank you, sky beings, for helping me see this differently. Thank you, sky beings, for helping me see this differently. And that's what I got for y'all beautiful people for the general collective reading. Again, that was a general collective. It wasn't a personal reading. So take what messages resonated and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit, don't force it to fit. And I'll put these cards up and then I'll get started. And say hi, beautiful people. So, again, beautiful people, if you, real quickly, if you want a mini Oracle theme reading, I'm pulling from this deck, Whispers of Aloha, to honor my ancestors, my Hawaiian heritage, and messages from the Ocean Spirit Oracle. okay, to go with it. And then it's a rebel card and an epic card too. I pulled them both out, so if y'all are interested, y'all know what to do. Hold on. Let's sort all this out real quick. Let's turn this a minute. Sit in this chair. Of course, I placed it somewhere else. I know I just had that deck somewhere because I saw it earlier. Here it is. Let's see. Keep moving things around. Come on, card. Oh, beautiful people. I gotta grab something real quick. should know better to travel with my carbs. I ended up leaving something over at my friend's house that I wanted to use with y'all, but I left it at her house, so I'll have to do it another night. Okay. So, hi, beautiful people. 420. Hi, Dibs. Hi, John Bowles. Hi, Moonchild. Hello, Kaiser. No, I had to go grab something, but I don't have it, so. You sent me a donation, Kaiser? Let me check, baby. Hold on. What the heck? Oh, wrong one. Yes, I got it. Kaiser Domingo. I got your donation. Thank you, honey. So you be first. Okay. So, I don't know if you've seen me before, Kaiser, but as I said earlier, I pulled 2 cards from the 2 Oracle decks I picked, which one's my Aloha Whispers Oracle, and the other one's Spirit, Ocean Spirit Oracle deck. And then it's kind of like just for laughs. I have a Rebel deck that has different, messages on it too for laughs. And then the other one's it's called the F It deck. And sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's the blunt truth, what you need to hear. Okay. So if anyone else is interested, there's a posted comment in the chat. But in case you haven't, it's if you send it through PayPal, Zelle, or Venmo, it's $5. If you send it through the SuperChat, the super sticker, it's $10, y'all. And the reason why it's double, because YouTube takes half the money. Alright. So let's see. Kaiser Domingo, Spirit, show me. Let's see how Domingo. I'm gonna use some of these cards. Let's try this again, Spirit. Thank you. Ooh, that's pretty. Alright. Show me, Spirit. What message do you have, Spirit? Please and thank you. Well, no, Spirit can't give me that many. Check this again. Alright, Spirit, show me, please. Okay. That's what I spit out two for you. Honor Spirit's request. Kaiser Domingo, I don't normally take questions tonight. This is just whatever message Spirit has for you. If you want to come back to me like tomorrow night, you would be able to ask a question then. But tonight it's just all the decks already picked out. It's whatever message Spirit has for you. So, but I'll put it to you this way, baby. If you've already thought of that question, whatever cards I pulled out, Spirit's already got the answer. Okay. So these cards should already know what the question is. Alright, Spirit. Wow. Well, Spirit. Alright, from my Whispers of Aloha for you, Kaiser. And look at this beautiful card. Lighthearted kindness. Connect to the joy of being. And it says, when did you last spend time with your friends and family in laughter and playfulness? In your day-to-day life, it is easy to focus on tasks, work, errands, and chores. Dolphins are thought to present themselves when you would benefit from recreation and enjoyment. Joy, laughter, and fun will help reduce your stress and give you some respite. Pay attention to any impulses you have to create harmony and balance. Actively love yourself and those in your life a little more. Laughter is a significant part of Hawaiian life. Hawaiians recognize laughter as one of the ultimate emotions in a wholesome form of connection with the gods, and the Hawaiian word for laughter that translate as expand and rise. Aka, laughter raises your spirit, restores your body, and boosts your ability to connect with the divine. You fulfill the measure of your being when your life is joyful. And dolphins work and play in clusters, referred to as pods. Remember to give and receive love, healing, and friendship. Share in the support of your circle of like-minded people. If you feel displaced, search for a group where you can be yourself. Celebrate what you have in common with others and grow a nurturing environment. The vibrant green in the image may relate to the heart chakra and the shared love that is realized when you are surrounded by joy and laughter. So be able to surround yourself with happiness. Be happy. You know, it's like, you know, for me personally, being part Hawaiian and also being part Japanese, especially in Asian culture, they're very family organized. They're very family oriented. And so I feel like Spirit wants to remind you, kind of even like what the tarot spread had out here. It seems like it was speaking partly to you about being more in focusing on yourself, doing what's best for you, but also not forgetting about the people in this life you want there with you. You know, some people you got to let them go, but the ones you want there, you know, enjoy the time with them, make the most of it. Allow that inner child, that playfulness to come out. And don't be afraid to be silly. Don't worry about your surroundings. Don't worry about the people on the outside. who don't know you. You know, their thoughts and their feelings should have no weight or substance in your life by, how you act, how you think. Be with the people who love you, who will love all of you, your authentic you. Because that's the other message I'm getting strongly is they want you to be more relaxed, to be more in your authenticity, be at your core truths of your deepest being, and allow the people around you to appreciate that, to celebrate you in that way and allow you to be able to honor yourself once the same. And for me, this is like a card of just enjoying the little things in life. It's not about the big things, it's about the little things. I think sometimes we get lost, carried away in our day to day lives, and we forget to be playful. We forget to laugh. We forget to have fun. And sometimes having a little bit of fun, even if it's for a little while, let's just say it's an hour in a day, at least allow it to come through for you to laugh, smile, to release some of that, energy of stress and strain where, you feel like, the world's, tumbling on top of you. Spirit wants you to let it go for a little while. Have some fun. And I think if you allow yourself to have more fun and to be with the people in your life who matter the most to you, give them a chance to be there too. Don't close yourself off. I feel like you're going to be more focused. You're going to stay determined on the task at hand because Spirit's asking you right now to be patient. So there's something here that they need your patience on. And I feel like this involves you, but I feel like this involves the people around you. Be patient with them just as much as you would want them to be patient with you. So allow that to balance out because there's something you need to trust here. But I feel like more of it is to trust yourself. Know that you're, going smoothly through this life, even if the waters may be turbulent at times. You're sailing, freely in the shore, which is this journey of life that you're walking. Enjoy the journey, soak up the sun, be in the water, metaphorically, be in all of that and be in awe of the world around you, but be in awe of yourself too. And when you allow those energies, that positivity to come through you and to overtake you, you're like this big magnet that just would shine out where people are going to want to be in your company. They're going to want to have access to you to be, lighthearted, to laugh. And that's that, there's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure you have some boundaries with people and that you don't allow them to overstep those boundaries and take too much away from you. So you still have room for yourself to grow, to trust, in the task at hand. Trust yourself to make the right decisions, but also be patient, taking your time. Okay, and then I have for the Rebel card, and and it's kind of funny that this card came out. I'll tell you the effing card first. It says the idiot is effing clueless. So this tells me like there's someone in your circle who's clueless. Doesn't matter how much you try to teach them, doesn't matter what you say to them, they just don't get it. And they're not going to get it, baby. So Spirit's saying don't waste your time. Don't waste your energy. You know, don't, let go of your lightheartedness. You know, just say, well, he's, another idiot has lost its village, or it's another village has lost its idiot, and laugh it off. Don't allow them to get the best of you. Don't allow them to anger you or upset you or make you frustrated. Why? Because that still comes with being patient and being patient with the turbulent waters. And this includes people. Some people you just can't, like the saying goes, teach a horse new tricks. Sometimes you just can't do it because some of them don't want to learn. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can throw them a bone here and there, but you give them a bone, guess what? Eventually they're going to come back and want more. So can you keep giving that of yourself without draining you? You know, can you keep putting your time and energy into a person if they're not wanting to listen, if they're not wanting to grow or understand? So that's what I get from that. And then the rebel card says judgy people suck. Don't listen to them and don't be one of them. Again, let people judge you, baby. You know, don't worry about what they have to say. Just focus on you. Don't have a care in the world. Live your life, be happy. And while you're living your life being happy, you know, it's just going to eat away at them because they're so miserable because all they can do is judge and criticize other people instead of turning the mirror on themselves and judging themselves and being willing to change themselves. Like, well, I feel like you're changing, you're growing, you're evolving, you're wanting to move forward, you're wanting to break through all the, you know, this, these turbulent waters, good and bad, knowing there's going to be great sunshine and paradise at the end of it. And that's what I have for you, Kaiser. I hope that message helps you, baby. I hope it's resonated with you. I hope it's given you some insight, foresight, answers to what was on your mind, baby. And thank you so much for trusting me to read for you. Been an honor, and thank you for your donation again. You're so welcome, honey. Anytime. Hi, my beautiful ninja. How you doing, honey? Thank you for stopping and saying hi. So, Kaiser, if you want an ask question, come to me, like I said, any other night but Wednesday. And that's when I do my in-depth readings. Those are more expensive, but people will tell you I'm worth the money. So, it's $40 to have one of those done. But I pull a lot of cards for it too, both Oracle and Tarot. So thank you again, baby. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Hi, Bob. I don't know if I said hi to you earlier, but hi. Hi, Chris. So what's going on with y'all beautiful people? I should have pulled out the Sharky deck too, but I'll wait for another night for that. You sent me a PayPal, Devs? Okay, beautiful. Let me see, honey. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I got it, Debs. Thank you, honey. Okay, Spirit, let's see. Debs, you're my next victim. Okay. Oh my gosh, no way. Oh my gosh, Majestic. And you know, I texted her a couple weeks ago, and I never heard from her. And I was wondering, now I know why. That's crazy. Oh dear. Okay, well thank you for letting me know. I don't know if Peter will answer the phone if I were to call it. But I'll try. Victim, don't threaten you with a good time. You know, well, you never know. I pull out my pickle stabbers for you. So thank you for letting me know, my beautiful ninja. Let's see if she comes to see me now. Hello, Alan. Alright, Spirit, what message for Debs? What does she need to hear, Spirit? Alright, Spirit, what message for Debs? Spirit, show me for Debs. Thank you. That's a pretty card. 1, 2. Oh, I think this is more of a reminder than anything. Alright, Spirit. One message for Debs. Please and thank you. Come force of nature. Too late, I think you already are. Funny Spirit. Alright, Spirit. Message. Debs. Okay. Alright. From the deck. Anna. Spirit. One message for Debs. Ouch. Well, dang, Spirit. Come on now. Really? I mean, well, damn. Deb, Spirit's being a little forceful with you. This reminds me. Let's pull this out. This message will be important. Way to go, Amanda. Look everything over. Just like that. Let me just do a quick. Hi, Judith. Good night, beautiful Judith. See you later, honey. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi. Wow. Okay. All right, Spirit. Sounds nice, Bob. All right, Debs. Here's your card from the my Aloha deck. You got consider others. It says, see from your kind heart. Being thoughtful and considerate helps you to identify with others. Caring for someone other than yourself moves you into a life filled with love, kindness, and fondness. It may seem easier to focus on your own needs, but it is a far more rewarding to consider those in your life or community. Being mindful of others may entail listening and giving support, allowing someone to go before you in a long line, or donating time or unused items to those in need. Raise your awareness of how individuals are copying are coping with their given circumstances. You may enjoy becoming more involved in your community. When you choose to be more caring, you will naturally become more sensitive and know when someone is upset or feeling a little blue. You may be just the ray of sunshine they need. When you find positive ways to support others, you add value to your life, feel more connected, and create healthy ways of sharing with others. So reflect on how this image makes you feel. Tune into whether someone specific comes to mind as you look at the men sharing a moment. You know, I feel like this is just a reminder of that, beautiful. I don't feel like Spirit's saying to me, and I'm not picking up like you don't see from a kind heart, because I know you do. I feel your vibration. You're very high vibrational. But I know at times it could be hard to always be in that type of energy too, especially when you get energy vampires in your environment who want to suck it all out of you and then some. But even through those dark times when you feel like someone else is kind of like taking advantage or taking everything from you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, maybe even physically or financially, you still learn to love them and be patient with them despite, their selfishness, we'll say. And though you might find those moments where it's hard to see from that loving, compassionate heart that you have, once you have that moment to take a step back and take, a couple deep breaths and reevaluate everything, I feel like you come back to that beautiful, loving, giving heart that you have, that you possess. That is such a high attraction to others. And you always attract the right people that, you need at the right time, I feel. And you're able to see everyone with an open, loving heart. And that's what makes you a beautiful person, because you're a Pisces like me. And we love everybody. We see everybody from a beautiful heart. a beautiful place. Even the ones that do us wrong, we still love them. You know, we still want to be there for them, even to our detriment. We're guilty of that. So I feel like sometimes it's not just about even considering others. You know, there has to still be a balance here that of you also remembering yourself too. So it's not just others, but reminding yourself to remember yourself in this. Be kind to yourself just as much as you be kind to others. You need a pint of beer right now. Oh my goodness gracious, girl. No, you don't. And then from the ocean spirit, I got courage. Become a force of nature. And it says, the incoming tide brings formidable waves, and the awesome power of the ocean can feel daunting at times. The ocean currents that swirl and meander, the altering rise and fall of the sea, and the changing winds and weather on the water can overwhelm and send us off course. Take charge of your own destiny. Remember your intention and purpose. Get interested and reassess what's going on. Can I meet the unexpected in my life with kindness? And there's that word again, kindness. With renewed vitality. Go within and find your own inner guidance. Recall the value of your past experiences, places you've been, and people you've met before, or perhaps consider a new approach to an old idea. Dive in, go deeper, and explore new life below the surface. Set your sights on what delights you and expand your vision of the future as you ride the wave. There is joy in taking chances and moving forward. The time is now to be the source of your own energy, power, and happiness. And this is all about you channeling your own warrior spirit to be able to take on anything that life throws at you. Taking on those wild, you know, roller coasters of waves that want to take you down to the bottom. You always find a way to swim on top of those waves, or you ride those waves. You ride this beautiful journey we call life. And I feel like you do it with great grace, and you do it well. But like Spirit said, always be kind, but the most person you gotta remember be kind to and consider is also yourself here. Beautiful. But have the courage to go forward, even when it seems hard, even when it's complicated, even when people want to, you know, keep taking from you, taking advantage. You still have the courage to love them and care for them and be compassionate to them. So don't forget that. But most importantly, don't forget yourself. And then from the F it deck, it says, get the F over it. I looked at this kind of like, dang, Spirit, really? So there's something you got to release, girlfriend. Something you got to let go of. Be forgiving of. Let it go and see the road ahead. Not, you know, what just recently happened or in the present. Be in the present, but don't allow it to consume you. Especially if other people are getting at you. Trying to drain your life force energy from you. Don't allow it. But don't stay stuck either. Just, you know, keep looking ahead and let it go. Whatever this nonsense is, you know, that's coming from them. Or whatever words they might be spewing and such. Release it, honey. For happier times to come in. And then from the Rebel deck, it says, you are going through some tough crap. Everyone has their turn. Welcome to yours. Gather your tired behind up and handle it. Have that courage, honey, to know you can do this, all of this. You're already ahead of the game. You've been taking steps forward, manifesting what you want. That's courage. That's being brave. That's making the necessary changes to be able to go out there and move forward. And not allow other people to keep you stuck or get in your way or allow them to get you down. So that's beautiful too. And that's what I got for you, Dibs. Thank you, beautiful. for your donation. I hope those messages help to provide you with some clarity, insight, encouragement, words of wisdom, and yes, to even give you a kick in the butt at times when you need it. But I don't feel like you need it often. But still. Whose parents were bad? What? Oh, parents, children. I don't even know what the heck that means. Bob. What does that mean, baby? If a pet dies, you can't get a new one. Debs, I'm not sure what that means, beautiful. You gotta have to clarify if you're talking to me. Hi, Mary. How you doing? Welcome, beautiful soul. Hey, Anna, I have a sister just like that. I thought I was bad, but no, she's the bad one. Oh, okay, Bob. I got you, baby. Yeah, I remember us talking about that. Because you and I are kind of similar in that way to a degree. I'm not in touch with two of mine either, so I get it. Debs, don't give up hope, beautiful. Hi, Eternal. One's gonna pop up, Debs. Don't rush it, beautiful. I'm not saying don't be proactive, but it's just like what the tarot spread earlier. It's like what I was saying. You know, okay, you have an idea of when you want to achieve something in you know, a certain amount of time, but don't pin yourself to that timeline. Again, and feel like, no, I have to have this in 6 months or whatever that timeline is. Otherwise, you're going to create so much negativity in your energy by putting all the extra stress on yourself. It's unnecessary stress. That's right, Debs. To keep thinking that way, beautiful. Hello, John Cunningham. Thank you. And at least you got him thinking too, beautiful. That's important. Because I know there's things there that he needs to fix and address within himself. You know, sometimes though, I think even though I get that, circumstances right now aren't allowing you to just get up yet and walk away. But let me tell you, beautiful, even I know when that day comes, someone's going to be a lot of dark thoughts about where they messed up, where they went wrong. And I guess in a sense, it'll feel like bittersweet justice for me. I can only hope that it shakes them out of the cloud cluster, chaos energy he's been in for the past several years, and that he breaks free from it to be able to put those changes forward. Oh, I love that, Bob. That's exactly right, Debs. Truth needs to come out, and it did. And it always does, beautiful. It always comes out into the light. It's always in divine's timing, though. It may not be the timeline we put ourselves on or where we hope, but it does come out. It's like I figured, I learned something else today that, yeah, I had my feelings about, but um, I, thought it would be a different way, and it turned out exactly how, I thought it would. Um, but I can't, be upset about it. It happened in the way divine timing needed to happen for all things to reveal itself. So he's on notice, and it rocked him good. Well, good. Maybe it'll wake him up before you do leave to where he'll be willing to change himself. You can't force anyone to change. It's like you always hear me say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. Some people don't want to drink it, Debs, and that's the other issue. Some people don't want the help. Some people want to stay stuck in their misery, where they're comfortable, to where if they're in that misery, others aren't going to want to come towards them. Others aren't going to want to bother them. And in the same token, that means others won't have any, high expectations of them either. So you can drown that horse also. That's right. You're canceling your offer. I don't know what you're talking about, Debs. Canceling your offer for what, girlfriend? Amen, 420. You know, it's like, I love helping people. Y'all know that. And I like, trying to help guide people. But some people don't want the guidance either. Or they say they want the guidance. But when truth gets told, when they stop to think it all through and what all it takes to kind of make those steps, the necessary steps they would need to take to have what they say they would want, they don't want nothing to do with it. They rather set it out. That's what I mean. They rather stay in their own misery instead of searching for the happiness that can bring so much more to their life. But they don't want to take that chance. They just would rather be left alone. Oh, you put in an offer on a mobile home? Well, beautiful. If it don't feel right, trust it. Trust it. So withdraw your offer. And I only speak English, so I don't know what language that is, but I don't read that. I only read English. Paul, you got any other words you can use besides beep? Or is it time for you to get bounced? 420's like, just bounce him. Beep. Okay. Bye-bye, Paul. See ya, bye. You're so welcome, Debs. I hope it helps you, beautiful. Yeah, if it doesn't feel right, don't do it. And yep, for Roz, you don't listen either, so see ya, bye. Hello, Miss T from the COE. How you doing? I know all them trolls like to come here act a fool. So how's everyone doing? How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. I'm happy to hear you're gravy too, honey. I'm always good. When I'm here, I'm always good. Let's see. Okay. Oh, she's covered. Hi, Jazzy J. Happy Wednesday to you too, honey. How you doing? Look, isn't she pretty? Isn't that a beautiful card? That's a beautiful representation of my heritage. At least it's done classy and she's covered. It's okay, Debs. I just appreciate you being here, honey. A lot of these cards are beautiful. There's a few of them in here like that I saw. Staying put, not out. That's right. Nobody can put you out. Oh, you're Polynesian like me, Jazzy J? I didn't know that, honey. Yeah, this is called Whispers of Aloha. I decided to use it tonight. It's one of my new decks since it represents my Hawaiian heritage, and because of me also being part Japanese, it's also the month for the Obon celebration, the Obon festival, which is a celebration of the dead in Japanese Buddhist culture. So yeah, I got a few different kinds, and I got an Ocean Spirit Oracle deck that I was using too. I want to get more different Hawaiian decks. I just gotta find them. I was thankful to find the few that I have found though. You're growing it, aren't you, Bob? And that's cool, baby. Saves you money that way. I need something to munch on. My day was gravy, Jazzy. Thank you for asking. How about you, honey? I just need to munch on like some chips or something. Of course. I did leave it in the other room. Get some of my energy back. Dang, Bob, you better watch out. And it's gonna come down there knocking on your door, baby. And then you ain't gonna be able to get rid of her. Alright, beautiful people, I'll be right back. I was hoping to find some pepperoni, but I must have ate it all. That's a bummer. I'll have some kind of munch on. I don't know what's all. It's never too late for munchies. Oh yeah, well for me, I gotta eat. Just keep my energy strong. I just gotta munch though. So I guess I'm gonna have to get some more pepperoni because I ate them all. Oh well. That's okay, Eternal. I understand. Don't let you wear yourself down. Especially knowing you're having your family coming soon, so I get it. See, I walk away and y'all talk about food. You're in California, Jazzy J? That's where I'm from, honey. Originally. I was born in Fontana. And most of my family's still there. All around California. Both north and south. I've only been to southern. I've never been up north. If I have, I don't remember it. I reckon so, 420. Something like that. Half peach and half raisin. Okay. I know I've been to San Jose, but I don't remember it. Um, That was when I was a kid. I was like, what, maybe 11, 12 years old. It was on one of the visits. I came home to visit with my family and spend my summer there. So I think we went up there to see either a friend of the family or a extended relative of some kind. But I grew up around Los Angeles. I grew up around Pasadena area. I think I was born in a hospital too. No, I'm kidding. Not, I was. I'm seriously considering moving back home to California. It's been on my mind quite a bit, actually. And someone would love for me to move back home, so. Wow, Moon. This is true. California will always be home to me. And since most of my family's there, it would make more sense, but it's just so doggone expensive. Like, if it wasn't for my family buying their house when I was a little girl, no, I don't think they would have been able to afford the house they got. Debs. That's cool, 5. That sounds good, Anna. You gonna share with the rest of us that pizza? What kind is it? Hey, Amy Lee. How you doing, beautiful? Hello, Bumo Outdoors. I had pizza like a week ago, but it was frozen pizza. Cheese and shrooms. Like a vegetarian pizza. Uh-oh, Amy. What happened, honey? When you say life flashed before your eyes, it's been a long day. Oh, I would eat a spinach pizza too. If only I could have it here, but I can't because he can't have it. Okay, Jazzy J. Well, thank you for coming and saying hi, sweetheart. It's good to see you. Sweet dreams to you, beautiful. Have a good night. See you next time. Sending love and light to you. Well, 5, what part of your old life do you miss? And, you want something to change. Don't wait for it to happen. You got to take the power and control into your own hands and make it happen yourself. Moonchild. Hey, I look behind me and I cry, so it's like Mama didn't bless me with those genes. It's amazing I got something to sit on. That it is 420. I don't ever get out anymore to do any of that. Oh, I do too, 5. I don't mind walking. I'm definitely not lazy like that. People think I'm crazy because when I go out and if I'm driving and I stop somewhere, like at a grocery store for an example, I'll park way out in the parking lot. I don't look for the closest parking spot. It's like that just makes no sense. I have no problem walking. So I'll park a good ways back on the, back side of the parking lot and then I'll walk and I'll walk fast. So that's how I get my exercise when I do it. Hey, Jeremy. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Oh, no, Amy. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. I have an uncle who was drafted in Vietnam. He went into the Navy. I'm happy to hear you were with him, though. But that's scary, I can just imagine. Oh, well, thank you for doing that, Eternal. I appreciate everything you do, Eternal. And all my other mods, thank you. Yeah, I love to walk. Like I said, I intentionally walk or walk far. I will park my car way in the back just so it makes me walk. Because sometimes that would be the only time I would get that type of exercise. So, um, then I walk fast in my high heels. So, I build up some muscle mass doing it that way over the years. Between that and bowling and shooting pool. Oh, it's easy to overdo yourself walking. So now, since I live in this new neighborhood, all the mailboxes are in one of those, main, um, like, you think of like an apartment building where all the mailboxes are in one place. And because mine's in the cul-de-sac and my house is the front of the neighborhood, it's like the third house. I have to walk down the street just to get my mail and walk back up the hill. So that forces me to walk, and that definitely helps. Oh, Amy, thank you so much, beautiful, for saying that. That means a lot to me, girlfriend. I'm happy it was an amazing experience for you. I definitely enjoyed doing it for you, honey. Oh, and I'd be honored to do a reading for your mama. Thank you for believing in me. So I really hope it brought you some clarity and guidance. Hi, Onyx Stone. How you doing, beautiful? That's awesome, Eternal. Can't wait to see y'all do that. Okay, Onyx Stone. Let me see, honey. Hi, Michelle. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, yeah, I see it. I got it, beautiful. Beautiful. You know, tonight I'm not doing the in-depth readings. Tonight, it's every Wednesday. I do the mini theme, the mini oracle reads only. So if you want, can you wait till tomorrow? Come see me then. And I could do your reading tomorrow night, beautiful. Oh, that's okay, honey. Okay, beautiful. Sounds good. You'll be first on my list tomorrow night. Oh, well, I'm happy to hear your spider bite got better, honey. I didn't even know you were bit by one. I must have missed that when you were here last. Do you know what kind of spider it was, Michelle? Okay, 420. Well, thank you for being here, baby. Have a good night. Sweet dreams to you. See you tomorrow. Okay. And Amy Lee, beautiful. Like I said, I'm sorry to hear about your, you called him like your godfather. I'm sorry to hear he had an episode. I'm sending you and your family healing, love, and light and comfort, honey. I know it's not easy to go through something like that, and easy to watch a person you love suffer with, a condition like that, especially after their sacrifice serving our country. So I will keep you and your family in my thoughts and prayers. And Michelle, I'm happy to hear that it wasn't a brown recluse. I think those type of spider bites are rare because they hide more in like the cracks, like behind a mirror, something like around a corner you won't see them, which is why they got their name recluse. Oh, thank God for that. Well, I hope you get some better shoes, Eternal. That'll help, baby. Wow, Michelle, that's crazy. Oh, you're welcome, baby. I know that's rough, honey. You know, I didn't even know about my family service until after my father passed away. I had no clue that my dad or my uncle on had served in the military. And so I was completely amazed when I found out right after my father passed away. My uncle, my dad's brother, had shared with me, about not just my dad's service, but his own. And so he told me he had served, in fact, the government came looking for him when his, I guess whatever, how they were doing it, he explained it was like part of like a lottery system, is how they picked people to draft into the military to go, fight in a war. And he said when he heard that his name came up and they were coming for him, he made the decision he might as well just go ahead and sign up if he was going to be forced to serve. It might as well be the branch of the military he wants to be in and not just what the government throws him in. So he left, I think, like a week before the government came knocking on my door asking my grandparents where my uncle was at. It's like, well, that's interesting. So, um, I know he has to suffer with it. I've never seen an episode with him, but then again, I don't live there. But based off of a little bit he shared with me, like he told me that he literally watched some of his fellow cellmates go through and have like their limbs blown off and such. And it's like I can't imagine living through that terror, thinking you're gonna die, especially when you're watching all your fellow, Navy men around you who are losing limbs and dying and such. So I'm really sorry that he had that episode. But I pray it gets better for him, honey. You're leaving, Bob? All right, Bob. Well, thank you for hanging out, baby. You have a good night. Sweet dreams to you. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably cut it off in like an hour. Wow. So he saw a lot too, naturally, being a sniper. So did he serve in the Marines? Have you ever tried those expensive orthopedic shoes, Eternal? Okay, well, at least you've tried them, baby, and it still turned out the same. Wow, Amy, that's impressive. A green beret. Hold on, honey. That's rough, Eternal. Yeah, and I know someone who has bad feet too. They had surgery on their legs because they were born without an ankle bone. So the doctors had to go in and cut open their legs and remove some of his bone from his legs to build a bone in his ankle so he'd be able to walk. Because they told him he wouldn't be able to walk, because he had no ankle bone to help support him. And so after they did the surgery, I know he still had to wear some of those, what do they call them? Um, what are they called? Why am I drawing a blank here? I can't remember the name of them, but it's like metal around his legs. And, but he was able to get up and start finally walking. And he walked so much that I think because he was restricted for so many years, it was just, true freedom for him. So, because the way his feet and his ankles are now, I know he wears down his shoes. Um, and they get real thin quickly, just like how you're describing. Yeah, like orthopedic braces. Yeah, Michelle, that's right. Thank you, honey. And that's pretty cool, Amy Lee. So I think it's amazing though, because to go from not being able to walk at all, especially from a child, let alone a baby, an infant, to having all that surgery done to being able to walk. And though I know their feet swell and their ankles swell, but they were willing to walk. Well, that's good to hear, Eternal. That you're alchemizing it. And hopefully that helps make you feel better. Remind you why you're doing it. It's like with me, even with my back, when it acts up, I still get stubborn. Y'all see me get stubborn and I'll sit here when I know I shouldn't, but I still do it. Or like when I get up and walk and I just walk away for a few minutes just to stretch my back out. Even though I know my body's telling me I need to go lay down, I still won't do it. So I just tolerate the best way I can and know how. Exactly. Sunnyland and Michelle. That's exactly it. I try not to take that for granted. Whether I can sit for a long period or stand, I take advantage of it. But yeah, I get a little stubborn sometimes where I sit for much longer than I should, but of course that's me being here with y'all. But even when I get up and walk, I know there's times I need to sit down, but I won't. I'll keep going. Okay, Amy. Well, thank you for stopping in and saying hi, beautiful. You have a good night, honey. Sweet dreams to you. Have a good day tomorrow. Hi, Finn. How you doing, baby? Walking is a true gift. But yeah, you're right. That's some of the things that people take for granted. Ginger beer. Thank you, Amy. I'm keeping you and your family in my prayers, honey. Take care. Like I said, I'll give it to like 2 o'clock, y'all. So if y'all want a mini Oracle theme reading, y'all let me know. I'll be here until 2 a.m. my time. I'm trying to listen to Spirit. Only be here for a few hours at a time, so I don't overdo it. So how's everything going, Finn? Wow, Finn, that sounds beautiful. Did you get it for your new home? I'd love to have something like that. I never played backgammon. Um, but me and my mom and my brother, we used to play another game using those. And I can't remember what it was, though. Sweet, Finn. Hey, that was a good price. I think you probably got it still, because it sounds like it's probably well made. And it sounds older than what most of us probably think, I'm assuming. So that's awesome, Finn. I'm happy to hear that, baby. Nowadays, $100 don't get you nowhere. I want to move one of my coffee tables in here. It's one of my end tables, but I don't even know where the glass for it is. I'm thinking it's in the other room in the closet, but I'm not positive. The last and final purchase. Nice. So it's fully furnished. That's awesome, Finn. Well, Eternal. I can kind of relate, baby, with my seizures before I had the surgery to fix them and cure me. I don't know if this cushion works or not. Darn it, why did my mama have to make me so short? Wow, that's amazing, Finn. Way to go, baby. I wish I can say I only spent 125 bucks on stuff lately. That's alright. I needed them. Well, that's one heck of a score, baby. I'm so happy to hear it. Have you been drawing anymore? Painting anymore? And that's right, the universe does provide. I just need the universe to provide me with, I'll just take, 50,000. I don't need $1 million, but 50,000 would be nice. Beautiful, Finn. Watercoloring. They sound nice, Finn. I'd love to see them, baby. I thought about making an oracle deck using watercolors, but I'd know I'd make a big, huge mess, and it wouldn't look pretty. Okay, I'll have to look at it. I haven't been on there lately, baby. Oh, I'll take 10,000 too, Michelle. You're right about that. So, Finn, did you get that job that you were talking about before? Working for your husband's um, employer or something having to do in relation to what he does? Well, it's 1 o'clock. It doesn't feel like it's 1 in the morning. I gotta still replace the battery in my stupid damn smoke alarm. I don't know what it is with these doggone smoke alarms, but every single one of them that's in my house, the battery's gone bad within, months. It's like I would have expected them to last a lot longer. So, if you keep hearing a chirping noise, that's what it is. And no, of course, I didn't grab an energy shot like I thought I did. I don't have one around here, too, but nope. I gotta go get me an energy shot. Oh, yeah, Finn, it's definitely been taking its hit, baby. I've been feeling it. Oh, well, that's good, Finn. Yes, Eternal, there is that, too. The different energies moving around. It's affecting all of us. I know it's affecting my body, too. Oh. Okay. I gotta go get me an energy shot, y'all. Because I thought I had one and I didn't. forever to find them. Somebody moved my stuff around. I can imagine eternal. Well, at least you're trying, baby. Hello, Jesus. If you're coming in here to preach, please don't. Because I'll bounce you if you do. Wheat pennies. I haven't heard of them in a long time. I can't even say if I've seen one lately. I don't think I have. Yeah, that's true, Michelle. But the ones that are worth the money are the rare, and they're the rare in mint condition. I know my brother was saying to me yesterday. He asked me a question of, what do I need so many decks for? So I had to explain to him the reasons why. And so he was like, well, I wouldn't be shuffling those cards for that amount of money. I was like, but that's what I have to do. That's the point of it. And so he was recommending I use some kind of sleeves over these cards because he said he used them for his card collection he had, which I don't recall him having one, but that could have been because I was working so damn much. But I surely don't recall even buying him any myself. So I guess he used to play the game, the Magic, the Gathering. And so he said that he had some cards in there that were easily, 30 bucks and more. And so he would get these plastic sleeves to put over his cards so they didn't get ruined or bent or anything like that. And suggested I get them. And it's like, yeah, I got 78 cards per deck if you want to take my tarot cards into consideration. And sure, the more expensive ones I could do that with, but I don't even know how that would work, because he's talking about like these sleeve covers being plastic. So eventually they're going to stick together and the cards aren't going to shuffle with those sleeves on it. And then I would think it would make the deck that much bigger. And me having small hands, that's definitely not going to work. But he was telling me I should really look into it and consider it. Yep. That's right, Michelle. Yep. He doesn't, Sunnyland. No, that's okay. Most of them don't get it, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, so I'd explain to him the different decks, you know, the difference between the tarot decks, the oracle decks, and then I even went and explained how every artist is different. So even though the tarot deck has the same standard images and meanings behind it, doesn't mean every artist is going to recreate that image. They can make it their own image, what that card speaks to them. And that's where the artistry comes out and such. Yep. True too, Eternal. So, oh, I've told him that Moonchild that he should have his kids help him more with things. And I think they are to some degree, or they will be. But I get still need to have a life too, like the rest of us. But no, he doesn't get it. Because it's like, you know, I had explained to him, think of like baseball, which I saw a deck. So I'm thinking of getting it for the guys that like baseball. They might understand it better. I know most of the ladies, some may understand it, others may not, but it's like those images would speak to them more. Hi, Lucinda. How you doing? How much stuff you still have out in that shed you gotta clean out, Eternal? And is it all your stuff or is it someone else's stuff? I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. Welcome. Yeah, Michelle. It is, but what you gonna do, beautiful? I just stay in my corner. I stay out of the way. Oh, okay. So it's a little bit for everyone's pretty much. Well, hopefully he will come and bring the U-Haul. That way he can help you move some of the stuff of yours out, or um the other person you mentioned. That's right, Michelle. That's all I can do, beautiful. And so I'm gonna keep on doing. Keep on trucking along. Wow, Moonchild. Yeah, that name's unique. Okay, I got you. I know I have to clean out mine, but I don't have a basement. But my garage, I definitely need to resort it all out and go through some of the boxes in there. Because I still haven't touched most of the stuff in the house. It's still in boxes. That's for sure, Michelle. Oh, wow, Eternal. Well, maybe her boyfriend will buy it or get a place for her. What do you mean you think she's thinking the car wash? Yeah, well, I like that saying, Moonchild. Unfortunately, for many, that's not realistic. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool that they have a little studio apartment up there. Well, I can't see him putting her out if there's someone already living there, especially if they've been responsible paying their rent on time and such. But you never know. Sorry, y'all. Oh, well, I'm sure he'll help her get a place then. True. That's true, Moonchild. That's the way my garage looks like right now. But that was me trying to also fit like a 2,300 square foot house into a 1,500 square foot house. Which is the other reason why I haven't unboxed a lot of the stuff, because it's mostly decorations. And nope, Amanda hasn't decorated this house. I looked at my office. I just don't see the point in it, knowing I'm not going to be staying. Oh, she's iffy on rent sometimes. Well, that could present that right opening for her then to take it. But he can also just tell her he's not willing to lease to her anymore, especially if he doesn't have a signed contract for like a year or something, which is what most people do here in the U.S. I don't know how they do all that in Canada, but here they do it on like a yearly 12-month lease. Hi, Fred. Okay, Michelle. Well, thank you for stopping and saying hi, beautiful. And it's always nice to be in your presence, honey. Thank you for sharing your time, energy, and space with us. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. Sweet dreams to your girlfriend. Good night. True, Moonchild. Yeah, I couldn't fit what I have into that small of a space. Whoa, whoa. Almost knocked that over. But I'm sure once I go through my stuff, it'll clear away a lot of stuff. that I don't plan on keeping or taking with me. A lot of it's my old Valentine's Day decorations that I never used. And it's just going to be time consuming to go through all those boxes. Because I still got boxes stacked up on top of boxes inside the house. Like I'm looking at my corner right now that has 4 boxes stacked on top of each other. But I'll eventually have to go through it all, sort it out, see what's most important, what's not. It must not be that important though, if I'm living here for over a year and I haven't used any of it yet. That just tells you what all it comes down to, basically. Hello, Regina. I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. How you doing? $900-foot closet would fit my clothes. Yeah, it should. It should have no problem. Well, Regina, that's what I'm rating, girlfriend. That's what your name's showing up as. Oh, sorry, y'all, for me yawning. Okay. I was wondering, are you Gina? So now I know. It's good to see you, beautiful. You got a new phone. Well, that's awesome. What kind of phone did you get? I have to get mine updated too, and I'm just not looking forward to it. I don't want to spend the money for it. But I know I'm going to have to because I'm running out of space. Nice, Regina. Yeah, I think mine's the 14. What do you mean, where am I going? You was ready to get you a troll, Moonchild? You want a wrench, honey? Hi, Philomosity. How you doing, baby? It's real bright. It's been a long while since I've seen you. How you been? Oh, no, Gina, that was from when I moved from my old house into this house. I got all kinds of boxes in my house that I haven't unpacked yet. And there's a big reason behind why I haven't unpacked yet, because I don't plan on staying. But I still need to go through some of it just to make sure the stuff that I'm taking with me is stuff I want. And not just the BS stuff that takes up too much room. No, June, I don't plan on staying here. Nope. Dang it, my leg itches. I'm probably gonna make it bleed now. Mosquito must have gotten me. I'm bad about scratching those. I'll scratch it till it bleeds. Oh, wow. Regina, I might be here for 30 minutes and then I'm getting off. Hello, Ahmed. Good evening to you too. Well, thank you. Tomorrow night, Regina, I'll be back on at 10 p.m. Eastern. Some idiot talking about 3 hours. What do you mean 3 hours? I'm confused, Moonchild. Who you talking about, honey? Okay, I just saw a flash, y'all. Something flashed over here to the right of me. I don't know what it was, but I saw it flash. And that's wild, Philomosity. Hello, Wing Wing Hero. Huh. Oh, okay, Moonchild. I think I know what you're talking about. Well, Wing Hero, I'm happy you found me again, honey. You'd be able to find me if you were subscribed. I've been on plenty of times, I'm sure, since you were here last. They could have changed who gets shown up there now. Ten p.m. Eastern would be 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Pacific time for you. Twerking? Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Nope. I didn't even answer that, Moonchild. I saw it and I just ignored it and bounced them. I could have sat there and, said something to him, but it's not worth the hassle. It's not worth me draining my energy over, would you say? You had to Google me before. No, it's definitely not worth my energy off, wanting to fight and have conflict. So hopefully I show up now, Gina, on your feed. or you'll get at least a notification that I'm on. Yeah, you were first tonight, so that's what that means. Moonchild was first tonight to show up on my stream to say hi. Yeah, until either Eternal or who else normally has it? Moonchild. I mean, Bob has it sometimes. And someone else does too. Okay, that was interesting. Oh, I think he had a busy day, honey, so he wouldn't take it easy. He was here at the beginning of the stream, but he didn't stay around for long. Oh, my eyes are getting heavy. Alonzo, I'm doing the mini theme oracle readings only for anyone who pays for one. Yeah, Regina, I could always use a little bit more sleep. I know Sunnyland, he was over there rubbing in our face. It's like, man, that sounds like paradise right now. I can visualize myself being there and having a drink in my hand with a tropical straw in it. I would have loved to have been sitting there allowing the sun to beat down on me, soaking it up, and being by the ocean. That would make it even sweeter. Well, that's where, Regina. It works for everyone else, girlfriend. I don't know why it doesn't work for you. That's funny, Moonchild. Now you're picking on Bob. And he's not here. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you, Gina. Still think it'd be funny, though. He might be in the bushes watching us. He probably is. Hiding out somewhere. Probably over there laughing at us right now. Poor Teddy. Too bad I couldn't get this son to sit up on Teddy. Hmm. All these. Oh, that's true too, Moonchild. Yeah, Gina, you can't put the A in front of it. It's not Amanda, it's Manda for my email. So it starts with an M as in Mary, not A as in apple. Well, I'd be showing my age too because I love that cartoon with Bugs Bunny. What was his name? Wasn't his name Elmer? Oh, that's fine, Regina. I appreciate you, beautiful. I understand. Yeah, Elmer, what was it? Fudgehead or something like that? It was some funny name. Makes me think of Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. Yeah. Just like Tom and Jerry, Moonchild. You know, Moonchild, you gotta stop threatening me with a good time, beautiful. With Tom and Jerry. And you know what I'm talking about, too. Oh, that was one of my favorite cartoons growing up. It was Tom and Jerry, the Jetsons, um, He-Man and She-Ra, and the Smurfs. I used to love watching the Smurfs. Yes, I remember the Three Stooges and Shirley Temple. Even though that was way before I existed, but yes, I know what you're talking about, Gina. Yeah, I forgot I could only eat one of those. Too much caramel. And the other cartoon I loved to watch so much was Scooby-Doo. I always tease my brother because I tell him all the time he looks just like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Hi, Sage. How you doing, beautiful? Yes, Moonchild. I loved He-Man. Oh, and the Flintstones was another one. Yeah, I love the Flintstones. Um, Geez, what else was on? Animaniacs was another one. And that was from like a series like the spin-off from Bugs Bunny. And then what else would come on? My Little Pony was another one. Yeah, they were great shows. Batman. Yep. Yeah, I like the rooster too. Can't remember his name though. Hi, Sean. Hey, Sage. And then, geez, what else was on? There used to be a lot of different cartoons on. It was either on after you got home from school or it was on the weekend mornings. Hmm. I can't think of anything else. I'm sure it'll come to me. Pink Panther. Okay, there was another one, the Tasmanian Devil. Yeah. Never watched Pinky and the Brain. Looney Tunes. The Jetsons. Oh, Inspector Gadget. Do y'all remember that? I loved watching him too. And Care Bears. There it is. And I love the Tasmanian Devil from Animaniacs. I think we're all showing our age now. Oh, go, Inspector Gadget. I used to thought he was so cool. All the crazy concoctions he'd come up with. Yeah, that was a favorite of mine. Oh yeah, the other one, the Muppets. Yes, Gina. Oh, Strawberry Shortcake was another one. Um, Man, it didn't seem like it came on nearly as much as the other cartoons, but I remember I would catch it here and there. Um, well, what else? Oh man, I don't know about the Freakazoid or Gargoyles. Oh, which one? Care Bears, My Little Pony. Um, a lot of the Sesame Street stuff I would watch too, because that would be the only things that my Asian family would allow us to watch would be like the Nickelodeon or the Disney Channel. Um, so it makes me think of like Mr. Rogers, even though it wasn't a cartoon, but you know, I think of like Mr. Rogers and what else would come on? There would be some of those other shows like what you're talking about, Sean. Um, man. Oh, what's that one cartoon that's in love with a cat, but I think he's a skunk. Oh, what was his name? And he would chase after this cat all the time that was a female that he always wanted to love on, and that cat's like, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, Pepe Le Pew there. And that makes me think of Popeye. Popeye was another one. Oh wow. That's wild, Sage. I'd have to see that. That's too funny. So Pepe Le Pew, um, what was the other one I just mentioned? Popeye with his can of spinach. Yeah, Popeye with Olive. Oh man, I am showing my age now. Oh, but I love Tom and Jerry. I don't know about the Thornberries. I must not have never watched that one. Yeah, I remember the Rugrats. That was on around then. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, thank you, honey. That's very sweet of you, beautiful. Thank you so much. They even had a cartoon after the Ghostbusters. Do y'all remember that? The cartoon version, not the movie. And then, hmm, of course, there was always Mickey Mouse and the Mickey Mouse Club. Oh, thank you so much, Gina. Much love to you, honey. Thank you. Underdog. Hi, Eric. Yeah, I liked Underdog too, with his cape and his red mask. You were born in 1988? Okay, well, yeah, you're less than 40. Oh, good night, Gina. Sweet dreams to you too, beautiful. Thank you so much again for everything. Oh, I didn't know there was two versions, YS. I just remember watching it. I think it was my brother who watched it. I just kind of glanced at it here and there. So it must have came out later when I wasn't as much into cartoons. Oh, there's another one, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was another cartoon. I would have watched that one with my brother. Foghorn Rooster. um, yep, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, can't forget about the Power Rangers. They had the regular show version and then they had the actual cartoon one. He was into that one too, the Power Rangers. Hey, and at least they did represent the women, because at least they had a girl Power Ranger. HR Puff and stuff. I've never even heard of it, Eric. Oh. It's like I knew I would think of so many more if you gave me a minute. I'd be able to remember a lot of them that I haven't thought of in such a long time. Um, it would be just like they did the cartoon on the Addams Family. Do y'all remember that one? Oh my goodness. No, that's cool, Sage. Yep, Sage, that's right. Okay, Sunnyland. You too, beautiful. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams, girlfriend. Have a good day. Good night. It was all a trip watching all those cartoons. Now it's like today, it's like I don't know if it's the cartoons or it's just like they lack the creativity. Yep, Wednesday. Remember that one. My goodness gracious. What else? Um, I'm sure there's more, but they're not coming to a bill. Not unless you go into like what's out there today. Like, how many of y'all got little ones? Whether that's y'all's kids, grandkids, or y'all got like, friends' kids that were into Baby Shark with that song. And it would drive you freaking crazy. At least it did me. One of the grandkids was into that. Was into the Baby Shark. And then Eric's like, heck no. Yeah, even bought him some clothes with it on. Baby Shark, that song. She loved it. She had to sing to it. It drove you crazy, see, Moonchild? It drove me crazy too. Oh, I'm sorry, Sage. I can just imagine beautiful. So yeah, I remember the baby shark one. And of course, that's where I see more of like the Mickey Mouse stuff today because my stepdaughter has the Disney Channel. So, and I know she pays for like the premium one, and they got a bunch of new stuff on there that didn't exist back when we were kids. Oh, is that the song from Frozen, Eric? Isn't that song? I've never really watched it, but I think I know which one you're talking about. Yes. Oh yeah, they love Frozen. That's one of their favorites. And my both my niece and my grandbabies love that one. They love Frozen. Gotta have it. They make me laugh. Frozen in your hand. Oh my goodness. Speaking of Frozen, I guess I need to go use the ladies' room for a minute. Frozen in your head. Yeah, it's like, does y'all's elevators go all the way up? Or do they just stay stuck in the center? he's all caught up on the edge of my couch like he's sleeping on his own throne. So many times he seems to be peaceful without being ornery and wanting to scratch me. Okay. Yeah, Sage. Oh, beautiful. In fact, I'll make you my last one of the night, girlfriend. Because I don't think anybody else has come forward after since you. Yeah. I got you, Sage. Thank you for the donation, beautiful. I know, my cat, well, he just takes up the whole couch. He might as well. It's like I don't even sit on it. Because it's my old couch, living room set in my family room I had in my old house. Because the new one, that's the one I was in my former living room. Couch potato sleeps on, so I wouldn't be touching that furniture either, though. You can keep that. Liverpool. Alright. Spirit. Alright, Spirit. What message do you have for Sage? Please and thank you. Ooh, pretty. Change your course. Oh, I was missing a card. Let me do this again. This was meant to come out. It will. Alright, Spirit. One card for Sage, please. Ooh, look at that. Oh, I love that. Let's see, one. Spirit, show me a message for Sage, please. And pile the new. Alright. Spirit, can I get one card, please? For Sage. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Spirit. Message, please. Alright, thank you, Spirit. Well, really, Spirit, okay, thank you. Alright, beautiful sage. In honor of my Japanese and Hawaiian heritage, I got pulled a card from my Hawaiian deck. And the card I pulled for you, Sage, is the Spirit of Aloha. Live with unity, giving and receiving love. And it says, Aloha is a fluid connection between the material world and the spiritual world. The Hawaiians believe this energy is a part of you. When someone is in pain, it becomes your pain. When someone experiences joy, it becomes your joy. You respect all elements of the good which is in everything, and everything becomes an aspect of you. You take only as needed from nature and others. Nature, the ocean, and the air are part of your charge to value and guard. These are the measures required to reside in aloha. Aloha is the breath of life, or the existence of your breath in your body. Aloha is an approach to living and treating yourself and those around you with love and reverence. It starts with learning how to love yourself and then spreading that love to those close to you, friends and strangers alike. A maiden surrounded in emerald green vegetation faces forward with her arms and heart open to give and receive aloha. The image of the woman surrounded by the rich greenery exemplifies the feeling of total immersion with the essence of Hawaii. Her face is serene, as if she has a complete understanding of who she is and what she represents. Emerald green emanates from the foliage to emphasize the healing that experiencing aloha will bring. What are you feeling at this moment? Are you caught up in the energy around you? Do you find yourself at ease with your life? And creating outcomes that contrast with your current outlook, contemplate how you would like to feel. Reflect on this approach to life. You can live anywhere in the world and radiate the energy of aloha. And I love this for you, Sage, because to me you do emanate that beautiful emerald green, and you are a healing spirit. Your soul is very light. It's very magical, full of wonder. There's a gravity of light that surrounds you, just like the spirit of aloha. It's filled with all the warmth and love that we all desire to receive from others, but even something we hope to be able to believe in and receive for ourselves. And I feel like you represent both. And you help to bring people together, to unite people, to help show them the way whenever they feel lost or whenever they feel like life's beating them down. You have a healing energy that's inviting, that nurtures even beyond the physical. Like me, you go beyond the physical touch, but through the emotional, mental, and spiritual touch and awareness, where I feel like that's where our deepest, darkest secrets of ourselves we hide, we keep hidden away, but you have a way of bringing it to the surface and helping others to see that that darkness they hold is not something to be ashamed of, but it's something to embrace because it's a part of them. It makes them all unique in their own beautiful, unique way, where you express love and gratitude for the ups and downs and everything that comes between. Two worlds colliding into one. United is what you are. And that's what this card speaks to me for you, beautiful. And I love that. I fell in love with that card when I first saw it. And then from my Oceanic deck, this is flexibility. Oh, you're welcome, honey. I'm glad it resonates with you. So we have now flexibility. Embody the new. Life doesn't stop moving, and neither does the sea. The ocean waters and marine life are constantly adapting to the demands of an ever evolving environment, and so are we. Change is a constant we can depend on. Like the ocean, you can have the flexibility and skill to shift your perspective and your reactions when the new or unexpected arises. Being receptive to a variety of experiences, ideas, and information will allow you to learn new things, be more resilient, and adapt more easily. How can you extend yourself in small ways to bring more flexibility into your day? With remarkable views and the fresh ocean air, the seaside provides a great setting to do some stretching, both mentally and physically. Looking out at the blue expanse of sky and water, the open horizon relaxes the mind and broadens your perspective. Swimming in the sea increases physical flexibility, as does walking barefoot on a pebble or sandy beach, stretching your feet as they adjust to shifting surfaces. Things can be different if you allow yourself to be different. Embrace and embody the inspiring wisdom to be found at the beach. And there's a positive mantra or affirmation you can say, which is, I will do one thing differently today. I will do one thing differently today. So what would be that difference that you would do? Make that adjustment, be that flexible. Instead of sticking to the day in and daily, in and out of our daily grind, which becomes like a constant pattern that everyone can rely on, as we all fall into that routine, living the adult life, having responsibilities, holding down a steady job. There is a routine to it. So now it's a matter of stepping out of that routine and breaking that pattern. And it's not a matter of breaking it during your work week when you need to be, in discipline to me to keep up with a regular schedule, but it's the days off where you need to roam more freely, just like through the waters. Roam free through the waters as you allow your body to move and navigate the rough terrain that the seas can hold for us sometimes when life gets choppy. It's those choppy waters that can either push us to our greatest strength to overcome them, or it can push us down to the bottom where we drown. But when we're flexible and we adapt and we allow even the current of the waves to move us and guide us instead of us trying to be in control, that to me is when we embody something new. We open up our own world to endless possibilities, even places that we never thought we could go, or things we never thought we would do. So, but because we allow the universe and the energy around us to kind of push us, nudge us, we allow it to flow through us, we're not as afraid of it being able to face the changes that are ahead of all of us, but especially for you, Sage. So there's a need to be flexible in all the wondrous ways of the ocean. Don't be so rigid and be open to exploring the deep seas, so to speak, the horizons, like the peaks and valleys below the ocean floor. There's so many new things down there to discover. And by looking to discover the depths of your soul and unlocking the treasures, we unlock the greatest treasure any of us can ever have, which is ourself. So be flexible, be open, be willing. Wow. You heard an owl earlier? That's amazing. Yeah, it's like, to me, it's not a matter of doing so many things differently. But if you can do one thing differently, then you're making, you're pivoting, you're adapting instead of allowing it to overwhelm you all at once, as some people would fall into that trap, expecting that they got to allow all the change to hit them at once. And then they run scared, or they're not able to handle the changes that come, especially when it's good, positive changes, things we need to change about ourselves or around our environment and the people we hold dear and near. And then the epic card I got for you says, Spirit Guide says, F this crap. Yep, that's exactly what my spirit guide would say to me too. The F with this. I'm out of here. And then the Rebel card I got for you says, drink some effing water. Coffee isn't water. Coffee isn't water. Neither is wine. Yeah, tell that to all the mamas they call it what? Mama juice? I heard someone say that not that long ago, and I couldn't help but crack up laughing. Mama juice. That's the word she used to tell her kids whenever they asked her what she was drinking, and she couldn't let them have it. You're so welcome, Sage. So I hope that message resonates with you, beautiful. I hope it provides you with some clarity on your life path, some encouragement, a new way of looking at the world around you, but especially yourself. So thank you so much again for your donation, and thank you for trusting me to read for you, girlfriend. It's always an honor. You got your gallon tonight? Yeah, I probably should have a couple of gallons near me, but I'd be up and down all night. I wouldn't be sleeping solid for nothing. Oh, thank you, Eric. Oh. Well, my beautiful people, I think it's time for me to say goodnight to y'all. Since now it's 2:30, and I'm doing my best to listen to my spirit guides when they tell me I need to cut it off after 4 hours. So, to at least give me a break, see how my body's doing, to get a long rest, and if I feel better after a couple hours, I can come back. But so I'm trying to listen to even what my own spirit team is telling me, even when I don't want to listen sometimes, but I'm doing my best. Oh, thank you, Sage. You too, honey. So if I'm not back later this morning, y'all know I'll be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, Thursday night. So I hope to see y'all then. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here with me, spending your time, your love, your energy with me. And thank you so much to everyone who has liked and subscribed and made donations or sent me gifts and care packages. I greatly appreciate it, more than y'all ever know. So see y'all next time. Good night, beautiful people.